Right, welcome everybody to this highly unusual Thursday stream instead of Friday or Sunday or Saturday. I think it's been a while since I streamed on any other day, but unfortunately this weekend it looks like I might not be able to stream at all. I might stream on Sunday, but it's still in the air. It kind of depends on what kind of connection I can get. But yeah, today is the only day I can actually stream, guaranteed. So with a little bit of luck, we'll still have a Friday stream and we'll still have a Sunday stream, but that remains to be seen. Thanks, Southern Pretzel. Come back tomorrow. Thanks for the 7 months. Alright, so today is going to be kind of a more casual stream, I suppose. We're going to do some spaceship design. We need to design a spaceship to haul Prometheum asteroids back to Norvis. I've already been in editor mode in this save. I have save scummed myself, or like I've used the Force the Hand of Fate machine to get up to 50 rare railguns from uncommon ingredients instead of the 10 we ended last stream with. Today we're gonna build a new spaceship. And I guess we're going to make some sort of a more efficient, smaller variant of that giant torch ship we had a long time ago. It's so big it needs to be pasted in stages. Game paused. Game is paused. Right, that's why we cannot paste the rest. And then the tail end. Okay, everything is pasted. So this was the original ship which we used to fly to the Shattered Planet. It is basically this is balanced around a normal end game level of technology, whereas now we've got the bare minimum. Like, we don't even have legendary quality. We don't even have fast inserters, to be honest. So we cannot have epic beacons. We have some legendary assemblers here. We have way more firepower than we need because this ship was meant to go to the Shattered Planet. Well, now we're actually interested in making the science part. So we're gonna build something similar to this. And in fact, I already just copied a couple things from this ship and pasted them. And I think we're going to use that as a base to further design the rest. So this is not really a ship yet, it's just some elements. It's basically the same belt weaving stuff in the back. I then pasted my new thruster setup, which I've also been using on all the other ships. Down here. One of the problems with that flashlight ship is that it takes a very long time to preload everything with enough water and just enough resources in general, especially for the railgun shells. They're pretty expensive. So basically what we did is we copied this part where the railgun shells are made, and then this belt weave all the way up to the front. That part is alright. The rest not so much. We're not going to use rocket turrets. I think we'll use laser turrets for the medium and small asteroids and just hope that the railguns will be able to deal with the rest. That's going to be the first idea, at least. Where's the other one? So yeah, we got the belt weaving stuff. I kind of do like the idea of bringing the asteroids back to Norvis, then launching up the Biterex and making the signs on the spot. Perhaps the signs will be made while we fly out to the Shattered Planet again, only to drop it off in the next visit to Norvis. So yeah, that is basically the same. We've downgraded to rare quality modules, and I've did a bunch of balancing around the speed. This can handle 16 Prometheum asteroids a second, making 14.5 signs out of it. 16 because that is the absolute maximum these 8 inserters can put in. I tried making a design where we grab more asteroids per second, but then we won't have space anymore to do the rest of the stuff. So now we have 8 inserters inserting asteroids, we have 7 outserters for the signs, and then 4 mixed ones for the Byterex and quantum processors straight from the cargo hall. That's kind of the maximum we can do. So 16, each inserter can do about 2 a second, so 16 asteroids is 8 inserters, and then 14.5 signs is, I guess, slightly over 7. We're going to be slightly slower. Yes, we do have space for another one. We'd make 16 out of this as well. That space is still there. We even could make this more compact. We're already designing, are we not? I wasn't supposed to be designing already. I kind of want to try and design while we continue in the game. I'm not sure that's going to be possible. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. So this is just a placeholder beacon to get the exact speed. We can actually use a Mark III speed module, which already makes this machine much faster than we can handle, and a efficiency module to cut down on the power cost a little. I'm not sure if it's going to matter or not. I haven't designed power on board yet. It's probably going to be a fusion reactor, since that requires the least infrastructure. Just some water and 1 coolant plant. Sorry, no water, just some fuel cells and 1 coolant plant, and that's all. Then here is that copied design, except instead of having 4 of those on each side, I have only 1. Not sure that's going to be enough. We output on 4 different belts, and those get belt woven again to the front, where this time we have regular inserters instead of fast ones. This is not a symmetric design, so we have the railgun shells on one side, and we'll hope to bring them out over the entire front of the ship from there, just chaining him. We can fire once per second, so I'm not really sure how that's gonna go. Actually, I didn't think about that already. This guy can take 2 shells per second. This guy can fire, this guy can fire. Yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? We will need more inserters chaining. We can still have more inserters chaining. We just need to take out asteroids with a lesser amount of inserters. The thing is, this needs to be on one line. If the asteroid collector goes 1 tile to the front, it is now in the part of the railgun. And if it goes further to the back, it is just blocking the inserters for chaining the railguns. Of course, we don't necessarily need to chain the railguns. Perhaps I should let go of that. It also gets rid of this fixed minimum requirement over here, which we have to feed the railguns. This part is not bendable or turnable or whatever. It's just a straight line. Hey my chat, thanks for the 26 months. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, Thursday stream. Maybe the only day I have time. The good news is though, I have already uploaded the video. It will come on Patreon tomorrow. So at least that one will be in time. Full design ready? No, we are just getting started. I don't have fast inserters yet, no. I kind of want to complete the last science pack without fast inserters and without circuit network in the same way as we have done the rest of the playthrough. But we're going to have to think about every single little bit over here. Right. So, you know what, let's load the actual game. And we'll see if it works to design in ghost mode. If we design in ghost mode, at least the timer and the text will keep on progressing. We have 5.5 hours to go until Railgun Damage 2. That tech is going to be not required to be able to do Prometheum science, but we're going to be designing around one-shotting the Prometheum asteroids. As a matter of fact, maybe that's something we should test first. So here we go, back in editor mode. I guess we can just go to any existing platform. Let's just put a railgun on there. We've got rare ones, but I don't think that matters. Oh, it needs power. I guess we need to just run time. Alright, so the theory is that railgun damage 2 should be enough to one-shot the huge asteroids. This does 14k physical damage as of the moment. Oh, I think that I remember that turned out to be exactly not enough to kill the asteroid. Alright, so 10k health, 3000 physical resistance, that is... and then 10% of whatever is left. So we do 14k damage now, which is deducted to 11k, thanks to the 3000 flat resistance, and then 10% of it left means 11,000 minus 1100. We're gonna do 9,900 damage to the Prometheum asteroid with 10,000 hit points. So it should be left with 900 hit points at this point. Let's check. Alright, pause. That does look like not a lot of hit points. That's indeed 100 hit points remaining out of 10,000. That is just mean, man. That is just mean. Why does it have to be like that? Okay, that does mean railgun damage 2 will one-shot these asteroids. 99% explosion resistance, so that means a single rocket explosion also will not do it, right? Rockets do like damage in the hundreds, I think. Yeah, 200 explosion damage for a rocket, so that's basically 2 damage. So no, that's not gonna work. Right, I guess we can force research damage level 2. So now we got damage level 2. 18k physical damage. We don't even need to test this. Let's do it anyway. Alright, so now we one-shot him. Alright. And we do get damaged by those medium asteroids. Alright, so at least we confirmed that part. Railgun damage 2 does the trick. Just make uncommon ammo. That requires everything uncommon though, which I want to keep my ship simple and small, and having a quality setup doesn't seem to do that. It would be worth it though. There is a point to that because it's because it is 1000 times science cost. If we went for uncommon ammo, we would not need railgun damage 2. But then again, I don't know how many asteroids we'll be collecting, and if we upcycle to uncommon, we're gonna lose a lot of those asteroids and processing speeds and whatnot. So that might lead to not enough resources. We don't have any asteroid productivity to offset that either. Right, so I guess let's first go, this is the actual game. Let's check if the achievements are still valid. Yeah, okay, they are still valid. Guess we're gonna get some of these. Going to the Shattered Planet. Maybe today, but probably not. I think we'll first go launch a new platform. Build new platform. Very imaginative Prometheum hauler 1. I think we're gonna go with the Arabic numerals. because they are sorted in alphabetical order. It would be nice if these were at the back, so we'll call it the Prometheum hauler one. Alright. There goes the ship. And then we have an actual surface to design on. Rerolling asteroids for quality is only 80% loss per reroll attempt. But crushers only fit like 2 module slots, right? I do have a space casino. As since not too long. The problem is I get 6.4% quality chance. I get 5 chances per asteroid, right? On average. If only 0.2 asteroid is consumed on every attempt. So we would be losing 68% of the asteroids, and then we'll be left with all uncommon ones. Actually, that's not true, because there will be some rare ones in the mix, which presumably we cannot use then, because that would require another set of infrastructure to process stuff. We're also doing this without circuit network, so we don't have access to these tools. It's actually interesting that I can set the quality recipes on here before actually unlocking quality. It doesn't work with other recipes, then you get that big no parking sign over the top of it. I think we're gonna just stick with the regular one. It's gonna take me 5.5 hours to design something remotely useful, I suppose. Alright, let's first flick off this. We could just request some space platforms up here. Maybe that would help. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Let's first put the stuff which we already had on there. How clear is this? This is kind of horrible, right, to watch. Especially with that ghost effect constantly. Everything is a blue hue. You can't even see that there's a green and a yellow belt. Would it be better if the space platforms were built? We could try that. I mean, how many platforms are we gonna need anyway? This is already about 4,000. I don't think it's gonna be smaller than this. We need power, we need fuel, we need infrastructure to make all the stuff for railgun shells. We need some laser defenses still. So I guess 4,000 space platforms could be requested. And that should get these silos flying. Alright, so let's presume. I guess that's slightly better. That's just like designing a novice. At least it's not blue on top of blue. Let's copy a section and see. Okay, the space platform background does make it better. Slightly. At least we can see the difference between where is something and where there is nothing. Alright, so while this is building, I have no idea about anything about this Prometheum science stuff, man. So I do know how many asteroids we need to process per second, non-stop. That's slightly more than a red belt. It was about 31 or 32. I think maybe we have that on Norvis now, that information. Looks like I did not note that. I did note we need to shoot down 37 huge asteroids per minute if we want to have a 100% catch rate. Let me just quickly peek in the Excel. There's about 2,000 chunks. About 2,000 chunks a minute. Let's say 33 a second. We need to process 33 chunks a second. That basically means we need to, if we have one ship out there at all times, we need like 16 inserters grabbing those things. That's the same amount of inserters than we have here. And they would have to be busy all the time. I think we're gonna have many copies, man, to be able to grab enough asteroids. We also need to fly the entire distance out from Norvis to the solar system edge before we can even start to collect those asteroids. You know, before we start overthinking that, I think we first just design and build one single ship, not expect to succeed in meeting any criteria, but just make a concept spaceship which has some of all the elements on board, and then we can send it out and we can see how fast it collects asteroids, and with that information we can then design the Mark II spaceship, for which we will have a much better idea how it will perform. I realize we're gonna keep requesting space platforms now, even though they are built. So I just tune this down to 1K. Then we'll have some extra platforms on board in case we want to expand the ship. This part is sound though. We've got the asteroids coming in on the left side. Divide them over the 4 colors of belts. And then we got the fuel asteroids coming in on this side. Doesn't need to be too wide, but you know, I'm a sucker for symmetry, so it's got to be like that. So we got the science creation part worked out. With the Biterex, not quite yet. How we're gonna launch them and what quantities and whatever. But we pick up quantum processors on Aquilo. And then we come back to Norvis, launch up the Biterex. Currently I've got it on a signal that these inserters should only work if we are not above Norvis. So they won't start grabbing Biterex above Norvis, which means we can launch up a precise amount of Biterex, so we know they all will get consumed. And then only once we start flying away from the planet and no more Biterex are arriving, they should start to work, making the Prometheum signs from the previous shipment of asteroids while we're out on the way towards the shattered planet again. That is the plan at least. I haven't done this in practice yet, so it remains to be seen how that goes. Any plans for one rare Prometheum science? No, I don't think so. We could send up some of the red and yellow belts, maybe blue belts as well. Just I think the red belt is going to be the main belt which we'll be using. Don't really want to launch the asteroid collectors yet though. Right, well, fine. We'll give him access to some of the belts stuff and some basic inserter stuff. I think we can do that. Alright, we'll grab 100 of each. Don't think we'll use uncommons. We might need some of these to like hook some signals. We'll launch up big power. Okay, build those in space even. Does look like it. I'm not entirely sure. Let's just use these. We'll probably won't use them. Alright, then some belts. Those are going to be our bread and butter belts. Not going to send up not going to send up any green belts yet. 500, 500, 500, 500. Let's grab a stack of splitters of each type. Okay, what else is still on there? Looks like some red belts have been launched up already. Pipes, of course. Assembly machines and stuff we're not gonna do yet. Those are pretty clear because I have the recipe on there. We'll send up some pipe works as well. I think that's a good start. Let's start off with this. We'll just give the bots access to it and it will be launched up as needed, I suppose. Now looks like I did have this on board already. Guess that's gonna get auto-launched anyway. That's a bit annoying. Those were my backup supplies, but fine, I suppose. I guess if I put this just closer by, we should be launching from over here. Alright, so that launches up a bunch of different stuff. That way we can design most of the spaceship without ghost placements. And I've already wasted 20 minutes on the way, so that's good. We are finally at the point where wasting time makes sense. How many chunks can an asteroid collector pick per second? I think they are pretty fast. Yeah, maybe we should actually do some tests with that, but of course they also don't have access to asteroid chunks all of the time. At some point you get deep enough into the territory that it does, of course. That you do have a sea of chunks in front of the asteroid collector at all points. It kind of depends on how far the arms are going out as well. It's gonna be hard to put a number on that. Like, oh yeah, we don't have the storage, I suppose. Okay, so maybe we need some of those logistics bays as well. Is my other armor still on board? No. Did I just chuck it in a chest? Maybe in this one. Oh yeah, it's here. Alright, the running armor. Let's keep those things on us. What did they come back for again? Cargo base. We should have the rare ones now. We don't have the rare ones. We'll launch these up like placeholders. And we'll later figure out how many rare ones to make. That's 16 pieces, so that should get those launched. And then we actually have space in the cargo bay. Alright. We need a lot more. I think we still need to go to Vulcanus to make the green bells. I spent most of the regular bells. I don't really need that many regulars actually. Let's do launch these up so the belt weaving platform in the back gets made. Alright. So this is starting to be pretty clear as long as we have enough pipes and whatnot. The inserters are there. I guess we should probably launch up like one solar panel. So that the stuff isn't blinking at us all the time. I don't know if one will be enough. Let's try that out. Alright, we'll launch some belts along with it. Alright. Guess we'll temporarily just place that over here. Oh yeah, much better. Here it comes. Go away, yellow blinking stuff, hopefully. It is now replaced with red blinking stuff. Oh, we have laser turrets on board already. Okay, I'm not sure those are part of the setup just yet. Okay, we got them now, so let's just keep them. Those are my backups though. We still have some, so it's fine. Alright. I guess that's a fair start for a design. Without designing in ghost mode. Designing in the actual playthrough is kinda of a pain. Design platform. It's not platform. Design plateau. Ready to start design. in actual save or something? Two science makers enough? That's a good question. So this is gonna differ from my other stuff in that we are not going to have one single build do it all. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we will actually. We'll see how it goes. These belts don't actually need to be green, but of course thematically they do need to be green. Did I also not launch? I did not launch the splitters. Alright. We'll override the save. That should be all. Good. Let's start throwing something together, and instead of then testing it, we'll just launch it to the edge of the solar system and see if it explodes. Or if it comes back with some stuff. I even forgot stuff like the basics, like how many asteroids can I store on one of these lines. It is that bad, kind of. That should be testable on Novice though. Alright, so what do we need? We need to make railgun ammo. That requires steel, explosives and copper cable. I know that copper cable is actually pretty cheap to launch up. You can launch 4,000 per launch. So there is something to be said to just launch up copper cable instead of making it from metallic asteroids. You can get copper in space, of course, from advanced metallic asteroid crushing. But it also cuts down the iron yield to 10 iron per asteroid instead of 20. And you get less extra asteroids out of it. So here we get 20 iron per asteroid. That might be preferable. It's the only copper cost involved. The rest is steel, and explosives is coal with sulfur. Those are both bulky. Okay, so let's once again we'll check the crushing recipes we'll have access to. So there's the basic variants. And then there's the advanced variants. Alright, so we need steel and copper. If we want copper, we need the advanced variant. But if we just launch up copper cable to make a set amount of railgun shells, we can just make sure that we have 2 times the average spendage on board of copper cable, and we'll basically never run out. Then we could use this recipes, which only requires half of the asteroids. Potentially less. We're gonna need a foundry to... I guess we need a foundry to make the steel, which means we also need a foundry for molten iron, so we can melt the iron ore. That's going to be by far the most compact and resource efficient way to do it, I'm pretty sure. We can later module these machines up to specification. One sec. Alright. This thing can process 10 iron ore a second, make 150 molten metal. This eats up 60 molten metal. So the ratio is 2 to 5. Of course, we don't really need to keep the ratio. And we can play around with modules a little to make a match. In fact, we can actually just do that on Norvese, where we actually have the modules available. I think I have a lot of foundries. We do. So then we can try some different beacon and module setups just to match the speed without actually launching it up. Not sure we're gonna go productivity or speed or this speed or efficiency. Do I have efficiencies? I guess I launch those up to my ship. We also have some Mark III productivities in there. No efficiencies though. I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll just want to negate energy costs by the most. We don't actually care about reaching the absolute minimum this time. So melt iron and make steel. If we just go for modules in the machines, I guess that means this guy needs to speed up a lot. I think the best way is probably a beacon. Beacons are so strong. So let's grab like a stack of those. A single beacon is probably way more efficient in doing any of this. Like if I put one speed module in here, that bumps this guy up to 150 steel a second. So that's basically a 150% speed increase, despite this module only doing plus 80%. Not bad. We should probably look at how fast are these things. I designed them with 3 Mark III speed modules. And we need to... It's slightly annoying that the mouse over numbers do not show us the values with the ghosted modules inside, so we actually need to do this. The efficiency doesn't really matter. And I think we also had a beacon on that. Yeah, we had one beacon on that with 1 speed module, so let's put that over here. Alright, so that was kind of the fastest I could make it, I think. 2 steel per second, 4 copper cable a second, making 0.4 railgun shells a second. Yeah, the first chip it is just too difficult to predict how many railgun shells do we need, how much percentage of the time are we flying without shooting the railguns and collecting railgun shells, and how much time are we actually spending railgun shells, etc, etc. So we're just gonna have to build one and see where the pain problems are. And if the ship gets blown up because we run out of railgun shells halfway through, we know we need to build a second one and supply it. So something like that, I suppose. We can have a lot of fun with this, designing in real time instead of editor mode. I'm not sure fun is the right word here. Alright, but this guy requires 2 steel per second to function. But this guy now makes 7.55 steel a second. So that is already too fast, basically. And we do have 2 of these machines. We could do 4, but then we're gonna get in trouble with copper cable if we want to feed it from here. Each of these needs 2. I guess there is still space. There also is still space on the top to take out stuff. I guess it wouldn't be too hard. Let me just copy this part down here. I guess we need to take our actual inventory, because... And I have these stuff on me. Okay, of course on the planet here we do need some power. Alright, so what if we had 2 of those? They kinda need to be aligned like this then. To actually fill everything. We still need the same amount of inserters. Does a green belt stretch all that way? No, it does not. So we either need to stretch these apart. 1 tile, which I guess is technically possible if we don't load it all the way to the back. Like this, for instance. Then we can just do this to supply copper cable, as well as the explosives. Yeah, this part is very not flexible though, so... Alternatively, we can just route it around. That's also an option. Kinda want to keep it looking neat. So that basically means... I guess it does not necessarily need to go over the inserters. You can just send it past. That might be the more normal way to try and do that. So something like that. We could actually supply all of that if we go higher amount of railgun shells. Do we need to though? I mean, if it only takes 1 foundry to provide the steel, what about if we don't use the beacon? So... yeah, these guys use the beacon though. To get up to the maximum. That's 8 steel per second. I think beacons are more efficient, space efficient than anything else really. 7.55. Now it's 7.88. That is kinda there. We can get productivity out of there as well. This can be just as simple as if we only need iron for making steel, we can literally do something like this. Not very flexible, but it doesn't need to be flexible. How many railgun shells are produced by the OG torch? It had 16 railgun. It had 16 railguns, and it would be producing enough for all of them to shoot at the same time. So these shoot once per second, I think. Oh no, shooting speed 0.35 a second. Okay, wait a second. How is that then? Alright, wait. Energy per shot 10 megajoules. Maximum consumption 10 megawatts. I looked at this and I saw they shot once per second. That's how laser turrets work. Apparently they shoot 0.35 a second. So that means the old one was probably producing like 4 shells per second. Non-stop. We had like 16 of these running non-stop. That's not what we need now though. They don't need to be shooting all the time. And not for the entire flight because we're not going to the Shattered Planet. So we have time to reload. Okay, I just want to go in alert mode real quick and force research railgun speed. Alright, so now the shooting speed is 0.4 a second. Does this mean the shooting speed is going to be kept at 1 per second? The maximum consumption doesn't go up. With laser turrets that is very different. Let me just check if I'm not talking nonsense. Get me a laser turret. Alright, so here it says max consumption 3.86 megawatts. 3.86. Energy per shot is always the same, 800 kilojoules, but maximum consumption 3.86. If we delete levels of shooting speed, now the max consumption is 3.26. So that is different than 3.86. So that works different then. Because here the maximum consumption is still 10 megawatts. Even though we cannot reach 10 megawatts at a shooting speed of 0.35 a second. That is 3.5 megawatts. So now we're at 4 megawatts. Let's just research more shooting speed levels. I guess it caps out then. I know it got changed after my Shattered Planet flight. There was a bug where it never shot faster than once every 2 seconds or whatever. It didn't make any sense to research beyond shooting speed level 3 because the railguns would never shoot faster anyway. But that got fixed after that, I know, or at least I read it in the patch notes. I haven't experimented with the railguns after that fact anymore. Okay, we got 2, 3 and 4. Okay, we have 5 levels. We have 5 levels now. 0.35 plus 0.26 a second. Max consumption still 10 megawatts. Okay, let's just research a lot of levels. I mean, 16 terasine specs does sound like a lot. Okay, looks like we're stuck at 0.84. Shooting speed 0.84. Okay, now max consumption is 16. Now max consumption is 16 megawatts for some reason. So what changed? Okay, this works very strange. I have no idea what's going on. Back to level nothing. Max consumption 10 megawatts. Do they have like an idle consumption? Which is high. So they have no idle consumption. Yeah, there's nothing on there. Okay, there is something on there. Alright, we do have idle consumption. I just had the game paused. Ah no, it just charged up. It just charged up. There is no idle consumption. It just charges up to 10 megawatts. Alright. So the maximum consumption is basically it shoots, it uses up the 10 megajoules in in 1 second time, and then it just recharges again. And it just cannot, then it cannot use the 10 megawatts for 2 seconds before it shoots again. So max consumption is 10 megawatts, but only for 1 second, and then it's 0 megawatts between 2 shots, I suppose. Okay, we're already getting out on tangents, which I didn't want to go on. Let me invoke the help of 2 friendly biters. And let me pause the game and put some walls around them. Okay, that should give us enough time to see how this works. Okay, where's the second railgun? It's over there. Alright. We just need the consumption. So I think it's going to shoot, use 10 megawatts, and then it's just going to use nothing until it shoots again. That is what I think will happen. Alright, I guess it's 16 megawatts for less than a second. But that does seem the pattern. It doesn't consume between shots, it just consumes in between there. It does look like it consumes 16 megajoules though, so I don't know what's going on there. Energy per shot 10 megajoules. I guess it is 10 megajoules in that case. Right. We're at shooting speed 11. 0.48 a second bonus. Still at 10 megawatt max consumption. Alright, now we're at 10.94 megawatts max consumption. Okay, I think we have to stop looking into this. I think it caps out at plus 0.49 a second, but after that somehow the max consumption goes up for some reason. 10.94. Yeah, now we're at 14.65 megawatts, but the shooting speed is still the same. So I have no idea. Maybe there's still something weird going on with those things. Now we have 16 megawatts again. Alright, let's go back. It is not worth our time. So I guess 0.84 per second is the max, but we're not going to go for that. We're going to keep at the default shooting speed. At the moment, that means this ship is about 8 railgun turrets wide. I don't have intentions to make it wider just yet, at least. So that means we need to be able to provide no more than 3 railgun shells a second, right? That is our maximum consumption rate, 3 per second. So then the question is, yeah, we could use more than 2 of these assemblers, because these do only 0.4 a second, actually 0.39. So if we were shooting continuously, that means we would need 7 of these machines. We're planning to shoot big asteroids and huge ones, so we are gonna be shooting a lot of the time actually. Just gonna hope that 4 is gonna be enough, and if not, we'll just wait longer at around Norvise or something to produce more shells. But 2 doesn't seem to... It doesn't seem like 2 is gonna be enough, so we're gonna try to design 4. We could also try putting the beacon in the middle. That would require a setup more like this, I suppose. To save some space. Could even do everything on one beacon, like this. Or we could add a second beacon to affect both of the things. We cannot fill the entire... That does look like a good idea though. We cannot fill the entire belt. But then again, this beacon is already on the outside. So if you have a double one, it's going to be on the outside already. So yeah, let's keep it on the outside. This is why I don't do a lot of design sessions on stream, because it is endless. If you're not careful, it can be an endless ordeal. Let's try having this be not an endless ordeal. So that means 1.6 railgun shells per second, which is about half, slightly over half of the continuous shooting speed of 8 railgun turrets. Let's hope that that is going to be enough. Then we need to supply for that. There's almost 8 steel a second. We're going to pick up the modules we just dropped. What if I put 4 trees in there? Now we're doing 8.21 a second. We are using 13 megawatts though. That's not really an issue, is it? If the railguns are going to be consuming... the railguns are going to be consuming about 30 megawatts then. So maybe... What kind of power do we even need? Like the single fusion reactor, the smallest one, is already 100 megawatts, right? A 100 megawatts or 160 if we go rare. And it could be as simple as this with a cooling plant, I suppose. It does need to go into the sides. Okay, that isn't... Why is that one smaller? That should be cooling the juice again, but it could be as simple as this. This is a very ugly plant. That could be the entire fusion plant. That would work, I think. And if we build a rare one, that's 160 megawatts. That might be enough for the entire ship. I think I did have a sort of a fusion plant in here, which we used in the new player experience. This one is more pleasing to the eye. It basically is 4 of these in one, with 2 cooling plants because that is symmetric. Again, so we have some options, depending on how much power we need. How big is this thing to go on the ship? Oh, that's quite big. That is quite big. How about this one? I don't even know if... I'm not sure this works, but I would imagine so. That's fine. We don't need to insert and output fuel cells automatically. I guess technically we do. But technically we don't, because you can just force them in there. With the cursor. And 50 fusion cells will last a long time. Alright, so probably what I want to do then, we're gonna want just to launch up the copper cable. So that we can use all the metallic asteroids for pure pure steel. And fuel, I suppose. I guess we prioritize... no, wait. If we throw them overboard, we cannot prioritize fuel. Oh, that is... I didn't think of that. I guess this double belt might come in clutch. We can have one belt bring in asteroids and then the other one bring him back up to iron. Yeah, this fuel system is not going to work because we want to prioritize fuel, probably. Especially since we don't have fuel tanks. But we are throwing overboard excess asteroids all the time. Like this. Basically reading the belt, and if there are more asteroids on the belt than whatever, we'll throw them overboard. So there's always space in the fuel belt. So we have to do something more intelligent for that. So the fuel section might turn out to be different. Why no personal railgun just for the sake of it? I hear you, I hear you. Somehow I have brought over 520 rare quantum processors. 500 of those are going to be for 2 of these guys. Then I've got 20 left. And what happens to cost 20 quantum processors? It is the personal railgun. So I think we are going to get one. That is not going to help us in space though. So let's continue with this, I suppose. So first of all, let's get this on there. That kind of looks final-ish. Okay, that does mean we need to go up a bit. So there is space. If the entire thing goes up, that means the entirety of the entire thing needs to go up. That means this goes up as well. And then this goes up as well. So that means we're going to be deleting this. Yeah, we're gonna try to bring the Prometheum asteroids back down to northeast and just make the signs there. Not because I think it's the best way, but I'm kinda obliged to do that now, after the cursed belt weaving video, trying to put it in practice and see if it actually works. Yeah, so we do need this space. This beacon is still affecting this one, but it's not affecting that one. So if we want to change that, we're gonna have to something like that. I guess that leaves a nice space for the solar panel down there. Okay, now those are affected. This thing can go here, I suppose, for symmetry. Okay, let's not think about that yet. That is for later. So that could be the railgun assembly. We need 16 copper cable outserters. That happens to be one yellow belt exactly. We're going to be using red belts though. We output on the right side of the belt, so we could do this. Alright. It does seem the easiest then if we flip these around. So copper cable is on the inside. That could be as simple as this. And then we still have space for steel and explosives to come from the top. Alright, so before we design steel, let's actually put the top back on this before we forget. But I could kind of see where it needs to go. That doesn't sound right. I think it needs to be one tile higher only. Let us first copy the entire belt. Alright, something like that. These did overlap already. Alright, I'm not sure we will need the productivity. This takes 115 molten steel a second to make the 8 steel required. Molten iron a second. Which means... I think that was approximately the same. This eats up only 10 iron ore per second to make 150 iron a second. So we need only 10 iron ore per second, which is like half an asteroid per second. That should be easy. I don't think we need productivity in here. Which means we can probably go with efficiency instead. I guess the beacons make the most sense. 755. Now just the module dance again and the beacons to try to get a good result. That's 8.46. That's pretty good. And we even have negative, or like a discount on the energy with the efficiency modules inside. So perhaps that's the way to go. This guy doesn't need the module though. So we could be looking to place this onto an existing beacon. Like for instance here or something. Yeah, that actually could be a decent idea. But let's first then look at explosives. What do we need for that? That's a multi-step process. We need coal, we need sulfur, and we need water. We can make them in cryogenic plants. That gives us more module slots, I suppose. What do we need anyway? We're gonna need 0.78 times 4, about 3.2. 3.12 explosives a second. Don't have cryogenic plants on me. Should have a couple. Don't know if I already stored them somewhere. They're not in the logistics storage. Okay, of course they are here for the railguns. Forgot about that. I'm gonna need to borrow one, I suppose. It's fine, there's nothing in there. The fluid should go back in here. Let's grab two. But again, we need this for the speed. One explosive a second. We need 3.12. I mean, it's a cryogenic plant. It should be fairly easy to bump that up. We do seem to have these beacons available a lot. That's 2.51 a second. That's 3.31 a second. That's already more than we need. 3 a second. Okay, looks like 3.31 it is. And still, like this, we are already at minimum power. Of course, this takes productivity, so maybe it makes sense to try something like this. 6 explosives a second. Of course, we need way less resources. In the base, though, that means we need 1.5 coal and 1.5 sulfur a second. So let's look at the asteroid recipes. I guess we need to use the advanced one for this, since we need sulfur as well. Don't think we're gonna... We could launch up sulfur as well. 1000 per rocket, 20 stacks. That is not bad at all. That's 2000 explosives without productivity bonus, which is 1000 railgun shells per launch. I do happen to remember that this balances out quite nicely. We need 1 coal, 1 sulfur. Maybe it was for rockets, I don't remember now. 1 coal, 1 sulfur. Here we get 5 carbon and 2 sulfur. 5 carbon becomes 1 coal, if I remember correctly. The other way around, how do we make coal? Coal synthesis. Yeah, 5, okay, that's the other sulfur. So 5 carbon and 1 sulfur becomes 1 coal, and then the other sulfur combines with that coal to go in explosives. So the advanced recipe is exactly balanced around giving the ingredients for explosives. On the other hand, of course, we have this recipe, which gives us straight up 2 pieces of coal per asteroid, plus a little bit extra. Which means that could be twice the explosives per coal if we launch up the sulfur. Not unsinkable, same like the copper cable, it just keeps it simple. Less infrastructure on the spaceship, we don't need to make we could just straight up, how about coal? Coal launches 500. Is it just simpler to launch up everything? I mean, yeah, it's more resource efficient to make it in space. I agree, it's more resource efficient to make it in space since you don't need the resources from the planet. But do we really care that it costs like 1 rocket launch for 500 coal? That could be, with productivity, that could be 2000 explosives, which is 1000 railgun shells again per rocket. At that point we might as well just start launching up the explosives, right? What is the explosives? Also 500 per rocket. Okay, so that's already a little bit less good. So how about if we just launch up railgun shells? That is 5 per rocket. Okay, that is not gonna do. Okay, that is a noticeable barrier, right? 5 railgun shells for a single rocket launch. That is not done. But 10 copper cable. That is 400 railgun shells per launch. For copper cable. Two explosives. That's 250, right? 250 shells. So 400 for copper cable, 250. We need to add those up, of course, but 250 for explosives. We're just trying to get the relative efficiency here. And steel launches up per 400, I think. Yeah, 400. And we need 5 steels. That's only 80 railgun shells per launch. And making steel is quite easy and efficient. We do need calcite though. Again, that we get the recipe here. Do we use the advanced oxide asteroid crushing to get some calcite, or do we just launch it up? I think we just launch it up. It is such a tiny amount, which you need to melt ore. I mean, it's like literally 500 per launch. And this guy uses 0.2 per second to make all the molten iron for steel and more. It's like... That's like 2500 cycles, 2500 seconds, almost 1 hour per launch of calcite and like 10 stacks of calcite. I think we throw away that recipe. We're gonna use this to make iron for steel. We're gonna just use this. We're gonna want to launch up the calcite as well. It's not a lot. If only I played this game before, I would be able to find it. Then we can just make all ice into ice cubes for water. We probably should make the explosives in space. Five, 2, and 10. For now I reserved 2 asteroids in the center, 2 collectors in the center to grab all the resources we'll need. I mean, 20 stacks of sulfur per rocket launch, that kinda makes it worth it. So I'm a little bit worried about the resource intake. So let's also just launch up sulfur. We could do away with the water entirely if we launch up coal as well. Coal and sulfur. I know we still need the water. Okay, let's at least try to do something with the carbonic asteroids. How do we even synthesize coal? It needs to be done in a chemical plant. Okay, that is bad because that is one of the OG Norwegian buildings, which means it's probably not the fastest. Coal synthesis. Okay, that is not gonna work the way I wanted it to because we also need sulfur for here, which halves the efficiency. I forgot about that. Right, okay, we'll use the advanced recipe for carbonic asteroid crushing. Seems the way to go. Hopefully we can get enough of those. If not, we'll have to do asteroid reprocessing. God forbid. That also uses water. Alright, so this combines into this, and then it becomes this. Let's use some inserters to symbolize that. Sulfur goes straight into explosives, 1 sulfur goes into here, together with the carbon, and that becomes the coal. Then of course we need water. Water is ice, which we need to melt. Ice melting, only made in a chemical plant as well. 32 a second. Alright, I guess we decided then how we're gonna do it. So we can start designing the size of these actual things. So can I get a rough idea of the ratio of asteroids required with the system we currently got? Should launch up better in barrels. Oh god. Chat on YouTube is down. Right, looks Not everywhere though. It works, alright, it's working still. How many shells do we... I have no idea. This is the first ever flight we're gonna take, so it's all kind of experimental. Alright, let's assume no productivity for now. So we need 8 steel a second. We have that here. That's 150 molten iron a second, which this guy makes. Which is 10 iron ore a second. We already got that far. 10 iron ore a second. We just tried to get a ratio, so we're going to ignore the byproduct. It's basically half a metallic asteroid per second to make the steel. That is pretty good. How about the carbonic asteroids? So we need 3 explosives a second. Slightly over 3, let's say 1.6. We need 1.6 coal and carbon a second. Each of these becomes 1 coal and 1 sulfur. Sorry, not carbon, coal. Each of these becomes 1 coal. So we already, that means we need 3 times the carbonic chunks compared to metallic ones. Metallic 0.5 per second. I guess that didn't get saved. 0.5 a second. Then we got the coal. That already looks like 1.5 per second. I guess 1.6 per second. To make 3.2 explosives a second. So that's 3 times the asteroid. What about water? We're ignoring fuel as well for now. So if we need 3.2 explosives a second, we need 16 water a second. For the explosives itself. Let's just count what we need for one explosive per second. We need 5 water. Okay, to make 2 explosives we need 10 water. And this thing needs to run once as well. That's another 10 water, so that's 20 water. 20 water to make 2 explosives, so we need 32 water to make 3.2 explosives. Which is 1.6 ice cube a second, according to the mouse over here. At speed 1.6. So 1.6 ice cube a second. Which means about a third. The other way around. Yeah, about 1/3 of an oxide asteroid a second. So we're actually not using many of these. So how is it looking? How is the balance of asteroids looking? I guess the automatic route goes over Gleba, I suppose. Carbonics here are in the middle of the pack. Metallics are the highest around Novice. I guess we need to look mostly in this range over here. Alright. From Gleba to Aquilo, carbonics are the most present. How about from... I guess the oxides become the most present later on. Then we go to the solar system edge. Looks like carbonics are still the ones in highest spawn frequency out here. So that kinda offsets, that kinda negates the 3 times as high amount of carbon asteroids we need, because they're also spawning more. It's almost like somebody, you know, designed this game to work. When you fly your ship out in the distances. How is it looking beyond the solar system edge? Yeah, this is Prometheum, of course. So this is all gonna be not readable because it's overshadowed by the Prometheum asteroid density at the end. Carbonics is still looking... Yeah, it's hard to say. Looks like carbonics are the least spawnable past the solar system edge. Looks like oxides first, then metallics, then carbonics. Until you get past 800,000 kilometers, which I don't think we need to go that far. But who knows? In this universe, yes, there is a creator. Alright, so what does that mean? It does mean we could reconsider launching up sulfur, because that basically, I mean, I guess this happens because we are using the advanced recipe for carbon, so we get only half of the products out of that. Let's say we were doing this, now that we know that the water isn't an issue, let's say we were doing this with standard asteroid crushing. Now we would be getting 2 coal out of this. We would be launching up the sulfur. We still need the water. But we get twice the product. We get twice the amount of explosives per asteroid. That's basically it, if we launch up the sulfur. And oxide asteroids we have enough anyway, so we might just go for that. Does keep things a lot more simple, does it? I mean, the other option is we can just reprocess some asteroids. Alright. I do want to prioritize fuel creation, which means we either need to bring this stuff up to the surface, or actually we can just crush the asteroids. We are going to be crushing them anyway, and just priority output the products on a separate belt. We can have that belt flowing down here. And we can then use that to... We can actually send iron ore and carbon on this belt to make the fuel. 2 carbon, 2 iron ore, it's not too bad. And we can bring the water in via a pipe, so we don't even need to do a sushi belt if it's just iron ore and carbon. So yeah, this might just disappear entirely. Also, I don't know how many thrusters we need, probably more than this. I have no idea what kind of speeds we can be flying at either. So I think we might just keep this for the test flight, since it just works. I don't really know. It's going to be a little bit expensive to sacrifice those railgun turrets with every test though. Right. We'll keep it simple then. So this is what we need to fit on the ship and a tiny fusion reactor. I don't think this is going to exceed 160 megawatts of power. Although this machine is going to take 15 megawatts for science. So that's 30 megawatts for science. I guess it was less. This was supposed to be only one speed and one efficiency, so it's going to be like, what, 11 megawatt, 12 megawatt maybe? So 24. These are going to take 3 and 3 is 6, so that's 30. There is no way we're going to exceed that. The railguns are another 30 megawatts, that's 60. And then a little bit more infrastructure. It's not going to exceed 100 megawatts. I think we can use the tiniest design possible. If it's this, I don't know if it's this, but it could be this. And if 100 megawatts is not enough, we can upgrade to quality for rare to go 160. Should be fine. Okay, let's start trying to piece the puzzle together. Let's do another save. Start piecing the puzzle. Intelligent design. Yeah, we need laser turrets as well. Rocket turrets, I'm gonna try do without. So for now I have filtered them to huge Prometheum. All the huge ones, all the big ones, and then the medium Prometheums. Supposedly. We're going to do a lot of area of effect damage once we're out there. I want to put laser turrets on there for all the rest, so I guess maybe we should do that first. Let's stop auto requesting for now. I'm going to send these laser turrets down again. Because I don't actually want to build them just yet. Now let's first check if this works then. These shoot 0.35 a second. So 3 of them can shoot 1 per second. 6 of them can shoot, I guess, 2.1 shells per second. This inserter can do maybe exactly 2 per second. So I guess we have a small chance of starving the last one. If everyone is shooting continuously. We could try doing this on the first one to make that fast enough. I do have 2 over here, so why not, I suppose? I guess it's not a symmetric ship, so I should not really worry about that. If I should not worry about that, I probably should have another collector here. Instead of trying to symmetrize. Alright, so now the carbon asteroid requirement is down by half. So it's only 0.8 a second. total amount we need is then 1.3, about 1.6 asteroids a second mixed. I would say 2 of these collectors should be able to collect that, especially ones for flying and blowing up stuff. It is a little annoying that the laser turrets are too wide. So we're probably gonna want to go underground after the first one. Then again, all of these output as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess this one could be down 1 or 2. We can fit a laser turret. Those might actually account for a lot of power. So I have only got belts where I'm outputting right now. That is all the squares we are outputting at. Okay, do we need rocket turrets? There's another layer of complexity. I would like to keep it simple if I can. I could make the ship 1 tile wider. Then again, the laser turrets should be able to shoot asteroids decently fast now, I would say. We can go underground after this one here. Of course we can just do this. That would be fine as well. It doesn't need to keep going. The same for here. We can just go on the center belt. We can even just go up on this one. And then just underground. Okay, the lasers can just continue. We can do that for all the ones with Prometheum. And then we can just have a massive block of lasers. Till we reach that area, I suppose. Okay, so what if we do that here as well, and we do away with these? Then we will need a belt. We can have a couple sneaky ones like such or something to further add. How many is this going to grab anyway though? Maybe we should do a test. Let's see how fast this thing actually can collect stuff. So we got a basic idea of that. So let's make a separate save. What's the easiest way to test that though? Literally, it's just going to be something like this. Let me. Alright, rare asteroid collector. And inserters. And the thing is, I just need to spray a lot of those things in front. The chunks. Those are not asteroids. Right, I can do asteroids, just use laser turrets. To spawn them. In fact, let's use that stupid design. And then we'll just make it disappear. I don't have editors extensions mod. So we have to do it the old-fashioned way. And remove everything. Alright, this is 6 inserters. We'll start with 3. That's about 6 asteroids a second. So now we can probably just do this. Three seems about able to keep up, realistically speaking. Okay, so 3 of these are pretty good already. It doesn't seem to be filling up. I guess if we go right in front, but that's not very realistic. 3 is probably going to be fast enough. I mean, 4 is definitely going to be fast enough then. Am I... No, my speed is not being locked by the laser turrets, right? No, it's not. Right, 4 inserters keep the thing just empty completely. Alright, scientific tests right here. Dude, how far from the video series are you? Yes. Yeah, we're gonna try 1800 SPM of Prometheum science. Now we're just doing sort of a weird throughput test with the rare asteroid collector. Looks like 3 of these inserters keep up. 4 is better. 4 will definitely keep up. 3 will probably keep up. Alright, that's good to know. Back to the actual save. We want time to progress. Long-term plan is the same as the short-term plan. Just complete the 12th and final science pack already. I haven't automated a single pack of Prometheum science in my entire Factorio career so far, believe it or not. So it's about time that we did it in an actual game. I mean, this is only my second game of Factorio Space Age, so we just haven't gotten around to it yet. The first game we just wanted to have the win condition, and then this is the very second game. It just took a while. to complete because of some 1000 times science cost multiplier shenanigans or whatever. Yeah, if you wanna catch up with the VODs, I would recommend waiting for the next episode. If you're on Patreon, it comes out tomorrow. If not, then it comes out next week. Because the streams going up to the trip to the first planet were pretty unclear with the part of the tech part. There were several things going on, but from the moment we go to the first planet, the streams were actually those are the best streams, man. I think the best streams of the entire 1000X science series were the first visits to both Vulgora and Vulcanus. And I guess Gleba in a way as well, how we entered there. Those are definitely my favorite parts. So the next episode summarizes the entire rest of the pre-planet visit. Then you can hop in straight into the space AG space part. Alright, I'm not really designing a lot, am I? Right, 3 inserters is good enough. So we can afford to just double load all of this railgun turret. And we just have the asteroids coming out like this. I guess 1 per type, shoot on average kebab as well then. Because we don't technically need to keep pulling that. This is going to be in the way though. I was thinking if 3 is going to be enough, we can, for instance, delete that and just fit more laser turret. We don't need this. It's probably better to have laser turrets on the far edge, so this could now be open then. And here we probably could do the same if we use just 3 and then fit 2 laser turrets in the front like that. So that could be something. We could be up onto something. And then another 3. Okay, now we get to the part where we grab 1 per type, so that cannot move. So if we move all of these outwards instead, that might make more sense. In terms of getting some extra laser turrets there. Those should have target priorities as well, I suppose. We are zapping medium Prometheums. With the railguns, so I probably should not worry about that. So we just want to zap, I guess. Let's do it in order of importance. Carbonic, then I suppose. Oxide, metallic. It does feel weird. Let's just medium, medium, medium. And small, small, small. I guess Prometheum small should go to the front. Ah, wait. There goes my plan. I didn't consider the power cost of laser turrets. There's 4 megawatts per laser turret, which is going to be shooting continuously. So we might actually need the double core fusion power plant on board. How did I forget about laser turrets? Yeah, it's kind of dumb. I guess for now we'll also set the... Do we put the medium one in there? It's kind of unclear if the laser turrets will be able to handle that. I think we should have different priorities on the lasers. But for now... Let's just put a filter at least on all of them. Makes it pretty clear to see what is where. The nice thing about this is all of this can just go underground. I don't really want to go deeper than 3 lasers. So this should be able to fill like this. Okay, we don't have space for 3 on this side. I think we're gonna chance it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it should be fast enough actually. This guy only needs to feed 5 railgun turrets. That's 1.75 shells per second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, a single one should be good enough actually. Yeah, that is not too bad then. I guess we technically even could have one outputting Prometheum chunks if we decide to catch them. There is space for that. Yes, we will just need to filter them out again. That's optional though. Let's flip them around to indicate that it's optional. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That gets out there. 2 more laser turrets here. And then we get that belt in the way. So now we go anti-symmetry a little. This should still be the same though. Okay, so this side is a little bit weaker. We are missing 3 laser turrets that do exist here. I guess it is fine though. That does seem to be... That might be enough laser punishment. Can probably strengthen the sides a bit more. But that does look like it should be sufficient. Right? We can later add more asteroid collectors down the sides. That should be possible as well. What do we do about the fuel situation? I think we do need to solve that before we fly. Let's check again. It is half a second, and 1 per second. That means 1 asteroid crusher technically is able to do the entire job if it's a rare quality. It can do 0.8 asteroids a second, which is exactly the rate we need for explosives. We can further, of course, add speed modules to it. Yeah, collectors is just something for later. Alright, so I guess it's time to start trying to fit in the rest of the stuff. We do need a fair amount of space here. I'm gonna be curious to learn how much we need in there. I think we will need less than actually is in here. And designing while keeping the game going is not easy. Just figuring out what works and what not is just hard. We're gonna be launching up the laser turrets again, placing them if I automate the next launches. Let's see how many inserters and stuff are in there. Alright. I think I just need to launch up some more rare inserters, but I think we're out. I still haven't automated those because of the rare resource limitation. So I guess we are more likely to use rare ones than regular ones. Let's make a couple. It's not 599 hours yet, somebody told me, so we are good to handcraft and hand feed to our heart's content. I should have a good amount of rare iron now though. Oh yeah, there we go. 231,000. Thank you, Space Casino. We had like 16k or something when we started. This thing has been making rare iron for us all this time. From these rare asteroids. I'll just launch up a stack in the Johnny silo. Probably going to be using more of those still. But that should at least place the rest of them up here. And it was the point that we could design while having those things actually placed so we can see what's going on. Okay, there comes the bunch. Right. Something like that. I mean, it's red inserters on red belt, so it's still kind of a mess, especially with the long-handed. But it's something. Right, now I'm gonna have to let go of the symmetric symmetry part. I think that that iron stuff which we did earlier fits rather nicely. Yeah, down here. We want the steel. That could fit beautifully like this. We do need to output 8 steel a second though, so we need to leave ourselves a little bit of space. Right. Let's try to keep the symmetry then. We have that one on the other side still. The only thing we need is outputs, though. So I guess 8 inserters, sorry, 4 inserters should be fine. So that could be all the steel output. We need a pipe coming in here. The problem is of doing a design like this, where everything is so tight together, is if later it turns out not to work and we need to make a small change, that's going to be not great. We output on the right side. Because technically we need to side balance with explosives anyway, so that could go like that. This can go in here. Alright. That should end up on these two belts here, so that is alright. Metallic, oh, we still need to get stuff down here as well, that's kind of an issue. Oh, and we get... Yeah, I think we're gonna need a redesign for this. Probably we'll have a more traditional design, which... I kinda like the idea of like production limited speed though, it kinda makes sense in a way. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a way to not throw these asteroids overboard. This was the easy way. We didn't need any resources on the other ship, so we could just throw them overboard without a care in the world. We're going to have to do something like, which we have already developed the moment we went to space. Basically, you have the asteroids come in on their own belt side and just drip feed them onto the belt as they are needed, instead of just feeding them all and throwing them overboard. That does mean organizing the asteroids in their respective lines. That's not a bad thing. And it does kinda mean we do get to use the double belt. We do need an actual double belt though, so we cannot do the decorative BS which we've been doing here. And then we need to join it with no, we don't need to join it with splitters. We do need a splitter though. That's gonna break this as well. Oh, that is not great. Okay, we could just use a little bit more space here. It's the bottom end of the ship and it's slimmer than the rest, so it should be fine to use a little bit of extra. But yeah, I think we can solve that with the fuel. But we do need space for 2 full belts to go down. So that is a little bit of an issue if we're gonna do it like this. I mean, this is green belt territory, but this is already too far. This does not need to be centralized necessarily. I mean, this is max length. The pipe could go like this. And we can belt asteroids another fair distance. We don't need the wall next to the side. We have space to do this without the wall. The wall looks nice though. The wall does look nice. There is something to be said for having a wall. This one. Okay, let's just do it a little slightly annoying way now. It does fit like this. If we do the output in a slightly annoying way. That makes it easier to get the steel belt out as well, I suppose. Alright. I'm going to have to fit it all in here somehow. I don't think there's a way. We probably can get rid of some of these. And we need it. A little bit more of science output. We do have space for this now, actually. This guy could go down then. Oops. Okay, I did not just delete a lot of stuff. Okay, so we have a little bit more space on the upside now. We can just underground, yeah, we can indeed just underground pipe straight again. means this can move down again. Can we just put this tank here? Just to have a tank somewhere. Do we need a tank? 500 molten, that's 750 molten iron from 50 iron ore. So 33 sets of 50 iron ore. So a tank holds basically 1600 iron in 9 tiles. The asteroids give me 20 iron per asteroid, so that is 83 asteroids in 9 tiles. Or 10 asteroids per tile. So basically if I have 9 belts storing metallic asteroids, that is the same amount of iron then that goes in this tank. So perhaps we don't even need a tank. Tank is nice though, to catch any... Tank is nice to catch the asteroid irregularities. We can still do this and just have steel come out like such. Yeah, we can still do that. Gotta go either there or there. I don't know yet, we'll see. We do need to insert 10 iron ore and a little bit of calcite, so it's like... It kinda makes sense to do the asteroid crushing right there. As such. We do have the issue of that asteroid byproduct stuff again. We could just toss the byproducts out in space. I think we'll have enough asteroids to not care about that. So that's an option. I'm not saying we're gonna do that, but we could just throw all the byproducts back out in space to avoid more complexity. We also need calcite. Calcite is gonna come straight from over here. I guess that's too far. Not getting through here. Not getting through here. So I guess we have to bring calcite up over here. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very not flexible build. We can probably save the most space by doing something like this. We output on the right side, so we should be able to just feed. I realize I deleted the solar panel. Let's place it back somewhere. And not on the front anymore. I guess we'll put it on top one of the railgun things. We don't need the power lines anymore. Oh boy, this is... Let's make some visual space. We don't need that anymore. We do need this somewhere. Something like it at least. I guess we're gonna just put some speed modules in. If we need to speed it up. Okay, so actually the asteroids are already coming in pre-sorted. Let's delete the Prometheum option in the center here. So this is getting output on the right side. This means metallics lay on the left. So I guess symmetry is nice, but we probably want to flip that around. So we can do the same thing. That brings metallics and carbonics on the same side of this belt, so we can later just like feed it into a splitter or whatever. And that should be good. And then these can also just join onto a single belt. And perhaps it's easier to just melt all the water immediately and just pipe it around, instead of we still need to throw excess asteroids overboard. Actually. Because if we don't, let's say oxides back up, they will back up in the collectors, and the collectors will not be able to collect anything else anymore. We might have an out. This is gonna look stupid. No, of course we cannot block the entrance. Yeah, we cannot block the entrance. Okay, so I was thinking we can throw the asteroids out of the front, or at least one type, but let's not do that for now. Hey, the West dude. I should hydrate. Let's send these up. Conditional filters on the asteroid collectors would work. I don't have circuit network. It's one of the side challenges next to the fast inserters. Can you restrict the space in the asteroid collectors? I don't think you can. Let's try anyway. No, it doesn't let you filter that. I might be a hoarder. It's 1000 times science cost, man. I barely got like one chest over here of stuff. 0.864 chests. That is what I call it. Alright, so can we still get away with 160 megawatts? It does not seem likely. Laser turrets, 4 megawatts per turret. We already have 84. That's 320 megawatts of laser turrets. So we're gonna need about 400-ish megawatt, which indeed is actually this setup over here in regular quality. We might want to delete one of those for space sake. We'll see. You can be pretty. You don't need to make a symmetric design. I think you can be pretty flexible with these things. Not entirely sure though how that would work. Let's clean up. Metal is done. This is the full metal setup. We just need to get it there still. I guess the carbon is on the same belt. So technically, probably want to make explosives on this side as well. Melt some ice cubes. The ice cube melting we could actually do right here. That makes the ice. And this melts them. Again, we do need this to move on. We could get it on the same belt like that. Have a tiny buffer. I guess we could have a water tank somewhere, probably in the back. It will be instantly connected to everything else, so that way we don't need to stash ice asteroids too much. This doesn't look nice though. Let's go straight. That does use more belt space though. Alright, we'll pretend we don't have belt space for now. Which means simply this, I suppose. How much water does this need anyway? We might need more than I think. Also, if I'm gonna speed module this up or make quality, we do need more than one inserter. I guess we can have this one, which does 2 per second. Ah, wait. We can actually... It's a little bit dumb. Here we can just send the axis back onto the belt for now. That should be prioritized then. If it goes on the correct side of the belt, it is. This guy outputs on the right, so it lays on the inside. This guy outputs on the right as well. I have no idea where this guy outputs. Alright, let's copy that down here. Okay, so if this guy holds something, where is it gonna end up? On the right side of the belt, alright. This guy on the right side of the belt, and then this guy which takes the extra asteroid, I think is also gonna go on the same side. And since this belt is longer, yeah, this guy will always be prioritized over those two. So that should work. Let's just leave it. That means this asteroid gets prioritized over these, which means this can never back up. No matter how lucky we get, I suppose. Alright, the question is how fast can this thing become? That was a bit too fast. We do have some of those laying around. Alright, so in its base form, it melts 1.6 ice cubes a second. That is not great. That's 5.54, but I guess the beacon... A beacon will be faster than 2 times that. Now it's 10.3. Actually, that is not faster. That's gonna be 10.89. Five ice cubes a second though, 108 water a second. What are these ships doing for fuel? Not this one. One which is going fast. Eats 30 water a second at maximum production speed. So 60 water a second for 300 fuel per second. That's a lot of water. This produces 108 water a second. Which means we have 60 for fuel and then 50 or so for explosives. I seem to remember we needed 32 water a second, so one of these actually should be fast enough. With speed modules that is, eating up 5 ice cubes a second. I guess 5 ice cubes equates to 100 water a second. We can make it slightly faster. Okay, we actually need only 3 inserters, but that could be something. That does mean this guy needs some speed modules as well. As now it makes only 4 ice cubes a second. We will be able to process 6. Four ice cubes is 80 water a second, 60 for fuel, 20 for explosives is not enough. We need 5 ice cubes a second. So sure, we need some... Something like that will do. Alright. So, compactify. I'm actually wondering if we can do... Can we already load this? Alright, so can we load this on the same belt side already? So let's pretend. It goes like this, right? That's the idea. Get it on the wrong side of the belt. So we cannot do this because that just goes against the wrong side. What if... Where do you output now? On the right side. I don't think that is not great. Or is it? No, it's the wrong side. Also cannot do this because now it will still go on the wrong side. We can do this though. Can we? No, that's still the wrong side. Alright, I don't think we can do that then. But this doesn't work either because there's a laser turbine there already. Alright, we cannot do that. At least I don't seem to be able to figure it out. Let's fill in that one as well. Right, so now we got carbonics and metallics on this one, oxides on this one, but oxides can still back up. So I guess we do need this belt to come out of here still. Slightly annoying, but so be it. I guess we can still try to keep it compact and just send it on its way out that way. Alright, I think then we are gonna want to deal with explosives first. I did say we wanted to prioritize fuel. I'm gonna assume we're gonna get a higher rate of asteroids than we are actually using up. Is that dangerous? That is a little bit dangerous. Shenanigans. Alright. What if we don't send this back? This one can then simply go here. It's not going to be fast enough. Alright. Let's not prioritize fuel. We're gonna assume we have enough. We'll put it back how it was. Uh, 0.8 is actually not going to be enough. We're gonna need to have 2 of these, right? No, we don't. But 1 is gonna be enough. So either inserter takes it further or with belt. Probably inserter. We only have 2 inserters grabbing this. One puts it in here. One makes sure it is emptied out. It's probably gonna be fine. We're only gonna have one tossing it into space anyway. Right, we have this line available for Prometheum asteroids, so I think we'll keep that free. We're just gonna need to upgrade this belt to be fast enough to actually load all of that. Alright, so in the simplest form possible, this just goes here. Metallic asteroids is fast enough by default. We're still gonna use rare quality. But even with quality, this guy should still be fast enough. We do need carbonics to go somewhere, and we do need metallics to go... Oh, this doesn't fit anymore. Oh no. There we get the curse. Oh, that is not good. I need at least 5 inserters on here, so we can still insert our way through a corner. Steel comes out here for now, so we cannot really use this space. I only noticed this right now. Is there space? There's no space for a belt weave either. This is also too long. So this just has got to move out of the way somehow. And then we need that 5th inserter somewhere. I guess this is getting out of hand real quick though. There is space. Let's use the filters on here as well. Oh boy. There is space here, obviously. So something like this would work for the 5th inserter. Starting to look pretty painful though. It is starting to look pretty painful. We would need less inserters if we had productivity modules in there. That could be a reason to use productivity modules actually. Basically now we need 10 iron ore per second to make that 150 molten iron a second. But for instance, if we have 1 productivity module in there, I guess we need to speed it up a little bit as well then. Now we need less. It says 13.3. But now we're using that to make 220 instead of 150. So we actually need only 9 iron ore per second. So if we can get this down to 8, which does seem to be just add 1 more productivity module. Now it's 15 for 272. 15 for 272. 8.27. I guess we going all the way. That's going to be expensive, but no, we got laser turrets. Power is not expensive if you have laser turrets, relatively speaking. So now we got 13.5 iron. which we turn into 267. Which means we are turning 7.6 iron ore into 150 molten iron. So if we do this configuration of modules, which is starting to look pretty attractive now, we only need the 4 inserters and not that 5th one. Kind of depends, are we going to use the space for something or not? If not, then we might as well keep the extra inserter and save ourselves the cost. But we have an out. Now we know that we have an out to skip this horrible part. Yeah, I didn't research circuit network, so I still allow myself to just make the simple wire conditions. But there's no computer mechanics. Does Mike read YouTube chat? Hardly. I have a hard time keeping up with chat, especially when I get so engrossed in something like this one. Once a collector holds more than 10, the total value will overflow to a negative value and no longer grab that type. Conditional filters. Cursed inserter contraption. But you have to stop the... You have to set the filter on this thing with a signal. I guess you could read an inserter indeed, but... Yeah. I'm just gonna chuck them overboard, that seems the easiest thing to do. Alright, so now this fits again. It even fits now with blue belts. I guess with lesser productivity we need yeah, like when we needed 9. We needed 9 with just one productivity module, right? So we could still... That's a good... I think that's a good intermediate. We just do this instead. For the 5th one. Instead of this over here. So options. Okay, I think it's time to get the explosives on the way. And hopefully this will be enough for the power plant. But it doesn't look like it. And this entire thing is a fixed length, so it cannot go... I guess we can give ourselves one more tile. If we move everything one to the front, that will still have the railgun hitbox on it. So I think we'll probably end up doing that. And I probably should do that right now before I mess anything else up. We have one more tile of space that could turn out to be golden. Why didn't I realize that before? I do not know. Let's cut all of that. And it just goes simply up one tile. I guess I had it the other way because this inserter doesn't really look like it inserts into the railgun, which is a little meh. Alright, we'll see. If we need a tile, we can move it all one tile forward. But this just looks better. So we'll try to make it work. Alright. Explosives. I think we're gonna have to try to fit it into one. So one with a beacon, but a beacon costs space. So what about no beacon? 3 speed modules gets us to 3.4. We need 3.2, so that's good. We could do productivity on there as well. But that probably means we're just gonna throw more asteroids overboard. Okay, there is a small chance that the stream suddenly will cut out after 14 minutes. It kind of depends on how the data provider handles the expiring. But if that happens, I'll just make sure to save right there. Kind of would be nice to have stuff on the belts by now though, just to get an idea of what is ferrying over what. It's getting a little bit hard to keep track of. We realized that 3 inserters is enough, so we can just do this. It would be nice to have one of those on this side. I deleted that at some point. We'll see how that goes. There's probably not too many huge asteroids drifting down where there needs to be a collector here. I think we need to get a move on. We need to get something at least. Just get something. We do need a water pipe down here as well, do we? Yeah, we were gonna redesign this to not need these. And we can either send iron ore or metallic asteroids down. I think we'll send the ore and the carbon down. So that gets rid of this stuff and this stuff. And we're just gonna have the more traditional side loading stuff. So we'll just need water and carbon, but we need it at a high rate. If we look back on the Mike Hendon's, it can handle almost 6 iron ore and carbon per second. We could do a double fuel build actually right now, since we have space. Maybe we will be able to go faster. So that actually works right now. These don't have a beacon, but they could all have a beacon if we just put one in the middle. That's not symmetric though. Alright, I guess the first flight will do slow. We can always redesign that later. We don't want to chuck overboard stuff. We don't want to chuck overboard stuff. We just want the 3 inserters and call it good. I guess we'll leave that open. Alright, we do need the long-handed though, so there is no space for beacons for these guys. I guess we'll just put speed modules in there or something. So if I'm not gonna load asteroids down here, I just need 1 bell that goes down, not 2. Alright, so a pipe is fairly easy, especially because one of these belts doesn't need to be a belt. Maximum pipe length is 1 less than this guy though, but we have space here, so that's fine. This guy could do, yeah, this guy does all the water we need. So basically, yeah, let's cut the bullet. Cut the bullet? That's not how you say things. Anyway, no second belt. This is going to be a pipe. We can still fill the space. So something like that. Alright. I guess for here we'll use a solid pipe. That's gonna be the water. Yes, technically the water needs to be only connected to 2 of these. And then we can put some inserters down here. Let's try and see if we can fit the beacons in a stupid way. Like this, every beacon affects only 1 plant, which is good because we cannot insert faster anyway. At least not with 3 inserters. And we don't have space for 3 inserters like this. We would have space for 3 inserters like... Alright. We're gonna go back to the old one. 3 is fine, no beacons there. Belt, there we go. That's what we need. Water. For dramatic effect, we can have that one. And I guess we can have our water tanks like something like that, since we don't need the space anyway. No asteroids come down here, just iron ore and carbon. We decided that is going to be on whatever belt, so basically we put one of them on here. And that should do the job. Probably should have some laser turrets defending the back as well, I don't know. We could do some underground belts to put in some lasers later there. For the medium ones that get through. I guess we can probably get away with cheaper modules. Then I wouldn't really mind doing this. $11.8. 8.5. 8.5 is good enough. We'll commit to that as well. Deleting this. And just have that extra iron ore go out here. That should be good enough. And this does not necessarily need to be a green belt. I guess we'll keep it green anyway. We do need some extra iron ore on there. Six per second extra. Oh, that is beautiful. Because this thing can eat up might make 16, 10 for here and 6 for fuel, I suppose. I guess we're also just gonna stick some module in there. Alright, so in this case we could also align it this way. Toss the extra asteroid overboard. Alright. Are we getting somewhere? Maybe. Alright, so we do have a passage actually to... Oh no, we need more iron ore. We need to bring 6 iron ore per second down. should be fairly easy. That's the iron ore. Alright, we still need a toss it overboard system, but that's the iron ore. Designing spaceships is harder than you think, man. I know, it always takes me forever at least. Output iron for engine. I'm not gonna mess with this too much now. Alright, ice is completely done. Metal is completely done. The only thing to do is carbon with explosives. So that is the only plant we need for explosives. Let's put it on there somewhere for now. The hard part is making the carbon. So this eats up 1.7 coal per second, which means this thing needs to make 1.7 coal per second. Oh, I guess we also have this recipe down here. So we can throw some speed modules in there, see what it does. 2.72. Okay, that's already faster than this, so we only need one of these. But that is a lot of inputs. 5 carbon becomes 1 coal. So for 1.7 we will need 8.5 carbon. Again, we might be able to get that to 4 inserters if we put 1 productivity module in there. If it's still fast enough. It is 2.27. Nine 0.8 carbon becomes 2.27 coal, but we need only 1.7, which means we need 7.33 a second, so that is good enough. And now we can see if we can slow it down. 1.67, that's exactly not enough. But this makes 3.4. We need 3.2. This times 4. 3.12. Alright, so this is fast enough. We don't need to waste expensive speed modules. So we need 4 for carbon. And 1 for sulfuric acid. For sulfur. Alright. That makes 1.7 coal. So the coal goes in here. And the sulfur goes in here as well. I guess the easiest way is to just keep a space. So we get coal. We also need a sulfur in there. I guess the sulfur is gonna come from somewhat the same place. And all of this is going to come from crushing. again, we need over 7 carbon a second from a crusher. Is that possible? That sounds like a lot. Yeah, it is, because we have the simple recipe. Just without modules, it already does 8. So again, that's pretty simple. Probably align it like that. Sulfur belt comes in. Okay, this might fit. It might fit. And then the explosives that come out at a rate of 3.2 a second. We need 2 outputs for explosives. We need a water pipe somewhere as well, but 2 outputs for explosives. Should be fast enough. Alright. So explosives will need to meet up with steel over here and go onto these 2 belts. So actually, we technically have explosives here. One goes there. One goes there. Something feels off. Okay, these are mixed steel and explosives. Because we need slightly more than 1 for steel. Yeah, right. The steel is just half from copper cable, so I can just have a dedicated one for steel and a dedicated one for explosives. Okay, so it's on the wrong sides of the belt. That's the annoying part. Alright, if we do it like this, it goes on the right side of the belt. So then we just need steel to side load on here, which is pretty easy. Now here we can put steel on the far side of the belt. But it's probably easier to just side load it. We got a problem with explosives. I mean, you could do this. I'll get calcite here. Calcite is laying on the left side of the belt. So it will get blocked if we do this, but then we need to make sure steel goes on the inside. Oh, this is turning into a horrible, delicious mess. But now steel is loaded. On here. Alright. And steel and explosives are also properly loaded here. I think this should work. This looks horrible, but I think that should work. Yeah, this is starting to be an inflexible spaghetti mess real quick, isn't it? It's what we live for. Oh boy. We can later, of course, add some more decorative underground belts, which don't do anything, just to make it look more, you know, but that's for later, once everything works. If everything works. There's probably something has got to go wrong. That makes it easy for this water to be connected, since this is over here. So now we can just do this and connect it anywhere. Okay, so can we still fit all the other stuff on there? Let's grab this guy. That guy needs 4 inserters for this thing. I think the fusion plant is going to be hard to fit in. This can go down all the way though. No, it can't, because we need to feed the coal into explosives. Definitely want to direct feed. This could fit on this side easy. Now we can fit the crusher up here, which is good. It's not really in the way for the Prometheum asteroid stuff. That can still go over the top. We need 4 inserters though. Between this and carbon. Which means we probably want to move down. How fast is this thing again? 7 carbon. So this thing should again be fast enough, even with a yellow inserter. To grab the asteroid. The asteroid is laying on the top side of the belt. So we can even feed it back out again, except the Prometheum asteroid stuff is coming down here. It could come down the other way, of course. We can also just chuck the asteroid off the other side and side load it back on. That should work as well. We also need to bring carbon to... Oh, I forgot about that. We need to bring carbon to fuel. Also 6 pieces a second, so we're gonna need a second one. That means I probably want to design this part first. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inserters. 12 pieces a second. That could be a full half belt. So let's do this. Not sure that's all going to be on the correct side of the belt. Alright, if we need this tile, we can take a look at that. But for now, we might actually need that tile. Alright, let's take a look at it. This might already go on the correct side. Okay, so all of these things is not going to go on the correct side. Yeah, that goes on different sides. So which one is the culprit? It is this guy right here. That guy is putting it on the right side. That's all still alright though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then here is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can get away with this. All of these are putting it on the left side. So that's the top side. And then these are putting it on the bottom side. So yeah, I think we're good. And then here we have plenty of space to load the rest. So now we can flop this thing in here. I guess we can grab asteroids from here, theoretically. Again, seems better to take it from here. If the belt stops, we can take it from here. We can also chuck out the asteroid if we do this. That will sideload back on here, but it will not be prioritized in this way if we end the belt right there. So this can gridlock. So then we probably don't want to do that. We'll chuck those out in space. This belt still needs to continue to hit this. There is no option. Belt needs to continue to hit that, so we're just gonna go there. Because the metallics need to go here, and then they do stop. Okay, let's sideload them on there for now. We can always stop this belt if this belt has asteroids on it or something. So we won't really puzzle ourselves into a corner here. But the easiest way is probably gonna be have this splitter have output priority to what we need, and then this belt just goes overboard. Okay, so this is the belt that needs to be chucked overboard. And that looks fairly easy. So anything that comes here, fling it. And that means I think we'll just sideload these onto the fling it overboard asteroid just to be safe. This belt stops here. Let's move this one back then. And then we can probably manage to get the oxide asteroid thing there as well. Ah wait, this thing is not finished yet. We still need this. We need to put sulfur in here. Forgot about that. With a long-handed inserter as well. And we need to put sulfur in the explosives and take it out from the cargo hub. I think that's a double one. That should be good enough already. Ice asteroids still can go out. Hopefully fast enough. What's going on this belt again? Right, the extra carbon. I never took it out. That is going to be a problem with this setup over here now. So let's go back a couple notches. Asteroid overboard belt can be routed later. I forgot about that. We need 3 outserters. Be nice to get it up there. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Or is it? That could be something. That eliminates the need for that. And that could be 3 carbon things. The iron goes on the far side of the belt, so the carbon needs to go on the near side of the belt. Kinda fits. Just your everyday regular belt setup, and we still can get the unnecessary asteroids chucked overboard over there. Except these are laying on the wrong side now. Oh boy, oh boy. This one chucks down here, this one chucks it on the other side, so we need to load that. I guess this explosives output can move down. That might help us. We don't need this. So we can do something even dumber. Which is this. And this guy can chuck it back onto this tile. Sulfur can move up. Then this can move down. And now the asteroids are flowing over here onto this tile, chucked overboard. I really hope this is gonna work. We're gonna have to test that pretty soon. But that should be everything, right? Is that everything? I think I still forgot some stuff. No. Water, water, water. If really... It doesn't seem so bad. I make them go up first. Yeah, that might have been possible as well. Okay. Except for power. I think we are good. Then the question becomes, how much inventory do we need and how much power do we need? We do need a double core reactor, that's for sure. Oh, those things are big. We have this. I think I will allow myself to what's this belt doing anyway? Nothing anymore. Be great to get this out of the way, wouldn't it? There's two spaces here. I think this lays it on the wrong side though. But then again, this exists. So this could indeed get out of here. And then we just need to splitter it, I suppose. Could even keep it on the same horizontal. If we just use 2 yellow inserters. That gives us a bit more space for the fusion plant. I did forget to put these onto the obsolete Asteroids belt. Which is this one now. That is not great. But it might still be possible. That is pretty space infringing though. Thanks Vinternol for the subscription. Sulfur underground is wrong end. Ah wait, yeah, this ends now on here. We'll put on the right side of the belt. Okay, that goes both onto the right side of the belt. Is there hope? It's getting more cursed by the minute. No, there is no hope. Yeah, I just moved it up without thinking about it. That is... an issue. Yeah, we cannot do that. That is nothing. This kind of has to be here then. I guess we can still do it. If this belt is not fast, this is fast enough. It's 2 inserters, so that is going to be all right. This is the chuck it overboard belt. That now comes from here. What does this belt even do? It doesn't do anything anymore, does it? If we can get these asteroids to go there, that would be great. Yeah, we can just chuck them on here. That is fairly slow though with the regular-handed inserter. So again, then the question is, this should work. I think this should work. Yeah, that works. that throws it into the underground. So we can do this for the speed. So that's gonna be, let's for clarity put that asteroid on there. Alright. Now, how is that fusion power plant? I guess we have space for the coolant plant perhaps over here. That gives space for the hot fluid. Cold fluid could literally just be a pipe. From wherever. These things have a lot of internal buffer, so we don't really need to do much else. We even have space for insertion and taking out fuel cells if we really want to. For the moment at least. So now we need to fit... We're gonna assume these are rare quality for now. Alright, we can lose some cargo base, I'm pretty sure, without crying too much. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. It almost is even symmetric. 7, 8. That could be the entire thing. Can it be that it all fits in here? Is it this easy? I don't think it's this easy. We still need to bring the hot fluid back, but that seems like a smaller detail right now. Asteroids are coming in here. We got more. Okay, we got another set of asteroids coming out here. That kinda breaks things. Yes, only goes in on one side. It comes out on a lot of sides, but only goes in on one side. I guess there is the option to do this. Seven might be enough though. Or this. This could be an option as well. That's already pushing it a little bit with how the fluid is gonna get back though. Yeah, the fluid is gonna get in the way. Yeah, that's not gonna work because this thing will need to go like something like this. Or whatever. I mean, we are a little bit weaker on laser turrets on this side. Could be slightly weaker on laser turrets on this side as well. That wouldn't be too painful. This could flip around. Like we're launching another set of undergrounds. connect the excess water asteroids. Did I never do that anymore? Or I did it after you sent the message, that's possible as well. Don't even remember where they go anymore. Alright, we'll figure out this pipe puzzle and then I think we'll switch over to editor mode and try it out. Because I don't think I can actually build it at the moment. This can still get out here. Oh, we're missing 4 laser turrets there. We could miss 4 laser turrets on this side as well. That leaves us without a weakness. Let's call it like that. This is gonna have to be upgraded to green belt on this side. Okay, so now we need to... Let's upgrade the belts to green, which will be green. Technically, we could side load everything and try just side loading all of these asteroids. That could work. This fluid could come back from all the way out here. I'm not terribly experienced with fusion reactors, so I'm not entirely sure this is all gonna work out. So that's all connected. There's only these two left then. Could even have like a storage tank of hot fluid, I suppose. There's a lot of space here. Okay, we can do input and output. I mean, we need to get the fluid in there, but we can do something temporary for that. Fusion fuel cell. And I guess spent fuel cell. These things don't get spent. Call me a noob. Depleted. It looks like those don't get spent, alright. Sure. It's been a while. It's a little bit imbalanced if we do it like this. Perhaps we can do like long-handed. So there's only one extra fuel cell. Laying around. We've been doing everything rare, so we'll do these rare as well. Alright, that'll just lay on the ground, because then there will be only one. Alright. Connect the asteroids. Probably easier than I thought it would be. You can even put this laser turret back, I think. Maybe. Again, depends how these asteroids will go onto the belt. We cannot really flip this around though. I think we already tested this. I guess we just need to see. Alright, the upper one puts it on the right side. Yeah, we need it on the right side. That goes on the left side. That goes on the right side. That goes on the left side. No, that's not going to work out for us. Okay, we need to delete one more turret then. And I guess we'll just side load the main belt. All right. So we'll just do this then. Side load from the right side on the bottom, this all gets side loaded on the top. And then there's a problem. Over here. But there's never a problem if you can belt weave a little. Alright. So we have a design. This thing is terribly compact, and then we somehow fitted the fusion reactor in here, and there's all kinds of ugly spaces available now, but so be it. We'll get rid of this for now. I think we'll just go and test it. We'll put a couple laser turrets at the end. We can beautify that up later. Like we have a pipe wall on this side. It's part of the design. I guess in that case there's gonna be a lot of unnecessary laser power. Okay, that is what we're gonna go for. I'm calling that done. It's probably not done, but I'm calling it done. And I don't have time anymore to actually build it, so we'll go ahead and go to editor mode to plop it into existence and give it a test flight, because that would be very anticlimactic to end without a test flight. So now everything is built. Let's play time. We'll temporarily put the infinite power source on board. Alright, and we need some fluid. I never looked if we could cool fast enough, but I'm going to assume we can. I'll use an infinity pipe with hot fluid. 3.1k in the system. There we go, now we have fusion power. We can delete the infinite power thing. Alright. So technically, as soon as we have some fuel, we are only collecting asteroids from here, that's the issue. I see some stuff happening, but I am no longer actually prioritizing fuel. In fact, we are not prioritizing fuel at all. I could prioritize fuel by doing something like this. We read this belt and we only enable it if there's an asteroid present. So only when this guy, when fuel is full basically, that guy will grab stuff. Here comes the first iron ore. And soon we should see carbon on this belt as well, if the stuff is working. So far only iron. We need a carbonic asteroid. Eventually a carbonic asteroid will come. Or two. And those should go in here now. They do. There goes the carbon. Side loaded. Yes. Together with the iron ore. Beautiful. That is the exact stuff we need for the fuel. And we should get some stuff in there. Alright, we are still out of water. Guess water could get the same treatment. we could prioritize water. That is so stupid. That is such a stupid mechanism. We could prioritize water to fuel by putting a pump towards explosives. That actually works because this pipe is instant transmission and now this one takes time. So I think that will do the trick. Alright, so there is both thruster fuel and oxidizer coming in, which means I think you can try to fly around the inner solar system. Let's fly to Vulcanus. What a stupid looking ship, man. This is literally a flying brick with an engine on the back. Yeah, I just hope we can get into some shootable asteroid territory. We don't have railgun shells yet, so we cannot fly to Aquilo just yet. I think we're going to be out of fuel anytime soon. So I guess the startup phase is a little weak. Yeah, the new player experience flashlight ship. That took, I think that took like 3 or 4, like 8-hour streams just to design and test. Pretty insane. I think we're waiting for water. Okay, there we go again. Okay, let's try speeding up time. That's probably futile. Okay, at least science has kept going on all this time. Not too bad. Okay, we're finally getting into the shootable asteroids. That should yield like 6 chunks per piece. If we can ever get there, come on. Okay, I'm inclined to just put some water in the pipe. Alright, we are fairly fast. We kind of... Oh, I hope this is going to be sufficient. It might not be. Let's fly on one engine for now, so we cannot spend that much fuel. 120 fuel a second is what we can spend. I mean, we can in the beginning grab asteroids here as well. And then just put a splitter filter on here to add it to here or whatever. We can probably figure something out to do that. Or at least for a couple of them. I think once we're out far, we should be alright. Alright, now we see this backing up. That is good. Let's go a little bit faster. The downside is we're not producing railguns just yet. Because this is not backed up, so fuel is prioritized. That could be an issue. The thing is, with asteroids on these belts, that was a lot denser. We still have room to do that. There is going to be some belt redesigning. But we still very much could not do this, but just have this belt go on here. And then just do the asteroid refining down here. That's probably a better strategy. as we're not grabbing a lot of carbonics. Yeah, so none of the railguns have shells yet. I guess this also should be one of those, actually. Right. You know what else we don't have? Some of the stuff we should be launching up. That means here we have been tossing a lot of metallics overboard. This is our asteroid belt buffer. I think we should change this carbon belt to actually just do the asteroid processing down here. Okay, we do have carbon things over here because of the speed limit of this thing, so that's at least good. So we are producing railgun shells. Sulfur a lot and a little bit of calcite. I think calcite we already have enough. I think this guy is not fast enough actually. Consumption for a second, this cools for a second. Okay, now it's fast enough for sure. We're on the way to Aquilo. That is not good, I think. It's too early. We'll go one more to Vulcanus. I don't want to feed stuff like railgun shells just yet. There's a lot of shells going. 10 shells into each cannon. Alright. We have 10 in here though, so that's good. 7 in there. We're not flying that fast, but maybe we won't need to. Yeah, the multicolored lasers are rainbow lasers, really. Literally. And you're uploading next part of YouTube series tomorrow on Patreon and 1 week on YouTube. Is this the first trip to another planet? No. Of this ship, yes. Ah, this one is not connected. All of the other ones are working. Apparently this is working. Alright, so explosives. Yeah, I never rotated these inserters, so those are not producing. And this belt now fails to go past here entirely, so that one's also not producing. This is what I was hoping that would happen. This backs up. There is 3 asteroids on this belt. And this is backed up now. So they always have access. So this now grabs all the access. Yeah, okay, it is working. We are not... once we get in the Shattered Planet area, it should work a lot better, because there's going to be a lot more asteroids in front. I do think we probably need... we will probably need to spread out the collection of this a bit. Either that, or I need to put some more productivity modules and stuff, which is also an option. Man, this track is loud. We'll go to the next one. How is the power draw? I guess laser turrets are peaking. We have 400 megawatts available. But I really want this to be rare. We can make it in rare, so maybe I should put it actually. And then this thing needs to be even faster, I suppose. 12.8. Alright, I think we can... Let's go rare thruster again. Let's see what speed that gets us. I'm not even sure what speed we can go for Prometheum signs. Alright, I think these are all full. Now we can read the belts. We got 200 railgun shells on the belts already. They're not working all the time. Because explosives is not working all the time. I'm looking for a way to put the coal out of there. I know we need coal technically could go in the same belt as this. This is not working. Right, so I'm thinking it looks like we don't have enough carbon to continuously make stuff. I guess I should wait until... Okay, this might back up eventually. And if this is happening, we should be making explosives continuously. We are. Yeah, when these run out, that is no longer true, of course. So maybe we can up upload. Bring in some emergency coal. Which we can use as a backup. This belt only goes to here. And so now we know we have space. We can do this. We can get coal on this belt and we'll only enable this inserter Oh, we're going. Railguns. Alright, so we're only shooting the big ones. Alright, I'll fly back to Glebber once more. We have this tiny issue to solve. I want to see the railguns in action. Let's for now just say... we'll read this belt. And we'll only enable it if carbonic asteroids equals 0. No, the chunks. No, the asteroids. No, the chunks. It's getting late. So whenever this thing is backed up, this will switch off. But in this way we can launch some coal. Now we just need to get it onto this belt. Which is a little bit of a challenge. The only place to output stuff is here. That's the only space left. This thing cannot move up. Alright, so let's try it. That's gonna be cool. And then that needs to go down here. Across here. It's a little bit annoying that it has to be in the way. I guess it could go over the top here. Could go over the top here. Yeah, that might be easier actually. I mean, we don't have space for outserters. We do have space for inserters. And that can just be like this, so as long as the coal is on the top side. Which it's not. But I guess it can be like this, something like that. Then it gets side-loaded on here. And now we have the backup coal to make explosives all the time. That's a nice safeguard. Put some in there. Okay, we're getting in railgun territory again. Calcite, we're hardly using any. Let's throw some of that stuff in there. Alright, let's put the game effects back because the railguns sound awesome. Those things got range, man. Alright. Editor test. Many changes already. I will try to fly out to the shattered planet. I think achievements should be not valid. Yeah, okay, because we went in editor mode. That's good. Alright, 100 kilometers a second. That is... hopefully good enough. Let's go out of editor mode. Okay, I cannot fly in front of the ship because I'll get obliterated, but we can actually stay here. We can fly outside because we're in editor mode. I'm gonna forget about that. I'm gonna press forward and I'm going to get zapped by my own railgun. We can take off the armor perhaps. Okay, we don't have railgun damage 2 yet. Let's go back in editor mode. By the time we'll be flying out, we will have railgun 2. So now we have railgun damage 2. We will be one-shotting the Prometheum asteroids as well. We can actually check the railgun shell production, 96 a minute, consumption not yet that high, but that is going to go up of course. Production is maxed out, I think, at 90 a minute-ish. We probably... Okay, the belts seem to be pretty full. 700 shells on there. I guess that's kind of gonna put a limit on how long we can stay out there at the shattered planet. Check power again. You know what? We'll add a substation. So we can click it. Yeah, laser dart's doing by far the most for now. Okay, we're out of fuel or whatever. But why? Is it because we are around Aquilo and I have 0 buffer? I don't have the asteroid buffer. This was a mistake. We should have had the... We will put back the original where we do the asteroids in the back instead of... We have the asteroid stuff in the back instead of the iron ore and carbon. That way a lot more fuel fits on the belt towards the thrusters. That means we also No longer making explosives. So that is where this backup coal would be coming in handy, supposedly. I think some productivity modules would also not be a bad choice to put in here instead of efficiency. I mean, we don't need efficiency. Let's see. We are producing 1.7. That is what we went for. We can not even go super expensive. It's not fast enough anymore. Let's do go super expensive, who cares? $3.33. Okay, something like that. Okay, we're on the way to the solar system edge again. Means railgun shell spendage is probably gonna ramp up a bit. We're still far from actually shooting non-stop, I think. You can see those recharge animations, perhaps. Isn't that supposed to fill up? I'm not entirely sure how they're working yet. I just hope that the laser turrets will be able to deal with all the medium asteroids. Right, I'm also gonna give myself laser damage 8 because I am gonna research that as well. So we should take that into the equation. That's gonna matter a lot with the speed at which we destroy the asteroids. Maybe not a lot, but it's gonna matter a little. Okay, where's my metallic asteroids? There comes one. Yeah, we don't seem to have a lot of luck with the metallic ones for now. Come on, here we grab some. This tank was entirely empty. Alright, well, it looks like we should go much heavier on the productivity modules then. Because the intake is not quite up there during large portions of the flight so far. I'm even spawning in the fuel at the moment. There's hardly any metallic asteroids inside. I mean, 0. I think we should have a lot of extra oxides, so maybe we'll put one of those reprocessors in the back to generate some more asteroids or something for fuel. And there's not a lot of metallics here. There should be. Well, I think we're just getting a little bit unlucky at the moment. There's one, but that doesn't help. I think it will also, of course, help to let the ship properly fill up on Norvis before setting off on the first flight. So maybe I should have spawned in those stuff. I was just thinking it will fill itself up. Finally a juicy metallic asteroid coming in straight from the front. Zap. And they fly off to the sides. Alright, we are not doing too bad. Let's try speeding up and see if that brings any trouble. Yeah, that might cause some trouble. Alright, we'll try for honest fuel production again. Oi, 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 oi. Ouch. Alright, so maybe we don't do that. It's easy to restore now, because it's editor mode. That's probably a game over. Okay, the asteroids are backed up again at least. Alright, so I didn't consider that. That's a problem. I didn't put laser turrets on the side, at least not here. So there should be some, but that is not going to help against a big asteroid moving at that speed. Alright, I'm fine with moving slow though. I just thought we might be able to get away with it, to go faster. No, I have no asteroid research technologies just yet, or like asteroid productivity, none of them. I'm still not exactly sure what happened. Probably we hit a huge asteroid on the edge and then it got like the pieces get some random momentum added, and one of them got added towards the ship a lot. But that is a problem since we have no backup line of defense. We used to have directional rocket turrets, of course, like omnidirectional rocket turrets, which could take care of those asteroids which got the sideways momentum. Let's speed up the game. We're just gonna fly this thing as far out as it will go until it crashes. Alright, at this speed we don't seem to have any of those asteroids. So far, at least. I think that happens when all railguns are busy though. If all railguns are shooting, no railgun is ready to react to one of those asteroids coming in sideways. So we might still get that problem even at this speed. We are still producing railgun shells faster than we are consuming them. We are using up these things a bit faster than I thought though. So I hope that is sustainable. It doesn't look like it. This is the entire inventory. I guess. No. Alright, we're not paying attention again. Just walls. Just walls is fine. But yeah, this ship definitely has a lot of flaws. Yeah, if we don't hit them, that is fine. There's the ones that we do hit and which are then subsequently out of range. Does it help if we put the last one like this? No, it just makes the problem worse. Alright, so yeah, this is the problem. Here we go again. I at least want to catch some Prometheum asteroids. Alright, let's say we can go at 80 kilometers a second, right? It is 145,000 a single trip. Okay, we're getting into past the solar system edge now. We're why doesn't it go? I set a condition. I need to set a condition, right? So yeah, we need to... Alright. Oh, is it even possible without circuit network? Ah yeah, we can just do this. We can just count Prometheum asteroids and then fly back. Alright, this is the time. Many flaws. This ship has a lot to improve. think we can probably get away with rockets are just metal, like iron and explosives, right? These are the problem. Those are meant to be taken out with rockets. So we could probably get away with putting like a couple emergency rocket turrets on board. Like somewhere in the back half of the ship. And we'll have to figure it out exactly where, but we'll find a place to fit it in. And we'll set those just to filter on those stray big asteroids which come in from the sides. Right, I see some Prometheums. We are reading the bells, I think. Put another power pool. Alright, we see a signal. 16 Promethean chunks on the belt. 25. That's enough for the first crafting of Prometheum signs. Ah yeah, so that a rocket turret would help with that in the end here. Just gotta keep him from shooting the ones further away. I say just, but it's not gonna be that easy. It does not look like a full red belt of Prometheum chunks yet though. We are getting some. Not too bad, because we're not that far yet. Yeah, but this ship is definitely too slow to do Prometheum signs on the way to the Shattered Planet. The Biter X would not stay in egg form that long with this speed. We don't need to... It seems like it would be a lot, yeah, it would be a lot. But I'm gonna have multiple ships once we get a working design at least. So let's say we have 4 ships, one above Norvis, one on the way, one there, one on the way back, something like that. We would need a full red belt of chunks continuously, but of course if we have only half a red belt of chunks, we could just double the ships and that would also work. And technically there's only one research project which uses Prometheum signs, so it technically does not even matter. That much. This is just the belt storage for the Prometheum asteroid chunks. Basically just every tile contains 4 different belts, because you can have all 4 colors go underground. Not for a long distance, but for this distance at least. It's not going that fast yet though. Yeah, we only have a couple hundred so far. We should be able to get about 8 per tile. Three, 5, 6. 8 times 32. Okay, 10 times 30. Thousand bells, so that's 4,000 times 8. I think this should be about approximately 50,000 asteroid chunks. Which is enough for about 20,000 science packs, but then we have productivity. So it's about, let's say 50,000 science packs. Okay, that's again walls. Walls. Yeah, the Prometheum asteroid chunks don't seem to be ramping up that fast just yet. How is it going with... Right. Now we have so many asteroids that we are no longer able to chuck them overboard. Crazy as it sounds. Okay, we can definitely do something smarter with the ice asteroids. We do have space. We can probably chuck it overboard on the left side. Or at least make a small buffer for this to always have available before we throw the rest overboard. And we can probably also move this water pipe a bit and get some more of these. Chuck asteroids overboard. Okay. Alright, we'll just let it happen now. I know I can't because that blocks the entire Prometheum asteroid flow. We have to fix it. How fast is this going? We try to laser turret. The big asteroids which come down from the side. I'm not sure we have enough time though. Oh, we might. Shouldn't the yellow belts have priority? I don't think so. It goes 50-50 or like 25-25 now. So if anything, the blue belts should have slight priority since those are the longest. The yellow belts have the shortest turns. They of course do take the longest time to transport. None of these have filled up just yet. I thought this would go a little bit quicker. I think it's because we are going at an abysmal speed and we're also not going very fast. Yeah, if we're gonna go with a ship about this proportions, we're gonna need a lot of ships. So we probably need something way bigger than this. We would need about 80 of these asteroids to spawn per minute, so it's like more than 1 per second. Then we should catch about half of the chunks they spawn, which is not gonna happen. Some of these asteroids spawn away. But definitely not spawning in more than 1 per second at the moment. So I think the small slim ship is probably not the way to go. I think we want something like we're just like wider, a lot wider. If it's a lot wider, that at least eliminates a lot of this shifty asteroid problem. Of course, we still have two sides where it can happen, but over most of the front, that can no longer happen. The front is easily well defended. Now that's the disadvantage of designing in not an editor mode, where you cannot really test stuff ahead of time, so we just had to put it together and hope for the best. I must say it's working better than I thought it would, somehow. Of course I was hoping it would just work straight off the bat, but that's almost never the case, right? So I guess at least it didn't blow up like halfway past Aquilo or something, so that's something. I would have hoped that this far out we would have been collecting more asteroids. We can watch the counter go up, perhaps. Let's take a look. Yeah, at least some of these start to be full. Okay, there is no counter anymore because it's rounded to 2 significant digits. $1.5K. Oh, hey Colonel Will. Get ready to laugh at my first Prometheum asteroid chunk ship attempt. To be fair, we did design it while playing the game, so above Norvis without testing anything, and then we just sent it out. So we have railguns and lasers, which on a theoretical level works, but I didn't align things properly, so we got these big ones every now and then. Which we're not shooting because we don't have rocket turrets. And I forgot that railguns have only the directional stuff. So once every while, one of those on the edges gets shot and it drifts inward. So far we're just copy pasting that back into existence. But yeah, it's not great. We're trying to make this work for now, for 1800 SPM. The belt weaving loader. As turns out, you need to go pretty far to get a decent flow of asteroid chunks, and we're not going to be getting there. I'm about to end myself as well, by the way. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, we are playing 1000 times Science Cost. We finished the game to the Solar System Edge. Then I returned to this shortly after. Try and see if we could also do the last science pack. This is literally my second playthrough of Factorio Space Age, so I have automated Prometheum science 0 times before in my life, as you can probably tell. I already figured that's probably much better to go with a much wider ship, because you have way more asteroids coming from the front. It's way easier to collect all of those. We still have the sight problem, of course, but that would be easily-ish fixed with a handful of rocket turrets perhaps on the edge. I tried to keep it small, but small is not the way to go. It looks like. Yeah, I forgot to put the fences at the back half. Basically, we ran out of time. I just wanted to give it a test flight before ending the stream, because we've been designing all stream long. So yeah, this is what happens when you go with a half-finished ship. Right, let's go out with a bang. Why is that difficult? I forgot how my own ship works. Let's go out with a bang. That's not gonna last long with this speed. I don't think we're collecting that many asteroids anymore. Okay, we've got 2.4k on the belt, so it's not enough. But okay, that moment came quicker than I thought. 2.5k. That is the end of that space platform. So yeah, let's just go watch the fish, which all weirdly massed up on the northern side of the lake, apparently. Ship is now gone. Yep. Alright, I'm not sure if we should try to salvage that design, or if we should just learn from this experience and start from scratch with a bigger ship. Also, what we've learned is, don't over-design on the first attempt, like with the super compactify blah 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 belt spaghetti which we had on the ship. Let's go back to here where we saw the design was done. Haha, very funny. Yeah, we over-designed a lot of stuff, which leads to no flexibility for changing design, as we are now supposed to do, like relying on inserters putting things on the left or right side in certain weird configurations all over the place, etc. Alright, so this was how far we got in the actual game. This is just ghosted because I didn't have stuff sent up, so yeah, we literally designed everything up here, and then we just ran out of time, put it in editor mode, and sent it out for a test flight. We don't even have all the green bells. That is how far we are behind. But yeah, way too much spaghetti, and some stuff is indeed not even connected. We found out on the way, especially with the asteroids throwing them off the ship kind of thing. So yeah, slim design, I don't think that's the way to go. We do have a working design, but it requires fast inserters and quality. It is of course, this one. That one got us all the way to the Shattered Planet in the new player experience, all the way back then. But that does rely on being able, like endgame technology, we need to be able to stack on belts, have the stack inserters and stuff. Legendary fast inserters to put the asteroids from the collectors on, a single belt and all that kind of stuff. We don't have all of that. So we cannot really just grab this design and go with it. These collectors next to the sides though, they were doing a lot of work if you go deep. I think it collects about 250,000 asteroids on this handle as well. It's only about twice as wide. This is like 16 railguns in the front, interwoven with collectors. And our ship had about 8. Yeah, normally I just like to design my ships in editor mode as well, but this is 1000 times science cost, man, and this is the stage where we're getting into the expensive tags, which means we would like to be doing as much of it in the actual game as possible, because if I fully design it in editor mode, we're not progressing with science. So then I come back with a fully prepared ship, but I'm miles away from the tech to actually use it. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. I just put a rare substation on the ship to easily access the power tap. There was no necessity for that. There's 120k fish in here actually. Let's actually end on this shot over here then. This one's nice. With Ben the fish and his 119,995 companions. We had 120 fish in the starter lake original, so we had to also play 1000 times fish cost. Okay, let's see if anyone else is on. Is anyone I know? Right. In that case, the Colonel Will army, you should go to bed as well, probably. I know I should. Alright, that's gonna be it for today. Here's my actual railguns, 50 pieces, ready to go, but yeah, it's good that we didn't have to sacrifice them yet. Alright, that's gonna be all for today. There might be a stream tomorrow, there might be a stream Sunday, but both of those are more unlikely than likely to happen. Less than 50% chance, I would say. So this might be the only one for this week, which is why I'm streaming on an off day. Thanks for tuning in anyway, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.